good morning. It looks like things are working here. Back to normal again, kind of, sort of, maybe. Anyway, yeah, so this is my virtual trading journal for risk neutral trading. It's not financial advice, nor is it trade advice. There is a disclaimer in the description. I'm not monetized in any way for this, so the purpose of this is exactly as I stated here. It is my virtual trading journal, and if I can, share that with other people and it's helpful, that's super. I'm happy for that. If you come through here, smack a like and a subscribe, that'd be great. If you're interested in knowing when these start, I start every morning at 8 o'clock with a pre-market, as I am now. Any times that I refer to here are Central Standard Time, or that you see on my charts. And the purpose for doing this to YouTube, streaming this to YouTube, is kind of multiple ideas. The idea is for full transparency and accountability. I take no trades in this account off the stream. That's why the stream is so long, from now 8 o'clock in the morning through 1500 cash close, because I don't want to have an opportunity present itself or a trade opportunity present itself and not be able to take it because the stream's not running. That happened to me in the beginning. So I may be shooting myself in the foot from the point of view of viewers or subscribers, in that the stream is so long. But the point of the stream is my journal. So there you go. The reason I do this, I capture everything on my screens with the video, and my voice provides some insight as to what I was thinking. This saves me from screen snapping and typing and doing all the things that are necessary to maintain a journal, which I believe to be important. So there you have all of that. Now, numbers out this morning were pretty, you can see right away what happened when that ADP unemployment number came out. That was not a pretty picture for anybody that was involved. 20 handles in the blink of an eye. Here we have it, and the next numbers are the crude and the Cushing crude at 9:30. Of course, today, as is every day, the ever-present risk of unscheduled comments or tweets or whatever else that has been much more of a disruption for the market and the auction than has regularly scheduled news events, basically. They're still trying to jam this tax thing through, despite what it's going to do to, I don't know, I'm not a finance PhD, but people who are seem to think it's a pretty bad deal. I don't know how these kind of things get, shoved along, but anyway, they do. We also have the Dallas Fed Energy Survey out at 9:30. That's about it for news. And of course, tomorrow is the world famous 3rd of July, which will be the last trading day for me and for most everybody of the week, with the 4th of July on Friday. However, it is absolutely maximum important because wherever it went here, non-farm payroll, living around here somewhere. Where is it? Right there, non-farm payroll. That's the granddaddy number of them all. And that has been moved to tomorrow. It's typically the first Friday of every month, but it's moved till tomorrow because of the holiday. So there we go with the numbers. Next thing we need to look at now is the pre-market, isn't it? And what do we have? Well, this is my IRT, and you can see where we closed. You can see what happened overnight. And here we are. There's the RTH close, and here we are trading. This is the minis, mini NQ, the mini micro composite, which is just a daily, the RTH session, and these are daily candles. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them, and that generates the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically to Bookmap. I enter manually the micro composite VPOC, high and low, stuff like that. And the session prices are automatically pushed to Bookmap. I also track the micros, which are the exact same thing. Just the micro contract instead of the mini, same exact setup. Now it's important to recognize what's going on here. I didn't want that one. I wanted this one right over here. There we go. So we're down 0.08% on the mini in the ES. MES is 0.7. We're down 0.2% on the NQs. I don't have my quote board set up for all the other stuff because I don't really watch it. I mean, maybe I should, but I don't. Back to the Bookmap, which is the execution platform. Here are the micro composite column where I manually enter these values, as I said. And here are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. RTH volume profile, which will reset at 8:30. Let's hope. I think I figured out what might have been the problem there. And my all-important notes. Now, the first thing I do with the notes column is I set the title to the open type for the day. And how do we determine that? Real simple. If we open right now, it would be here. Here's price. How does the open compare to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range? There's the high and the lows down below us. Well, at this moment, if we opened right now, we would be lower than the close and within range. Lower in range. So we'll leave it there for now. This dictates, first of all, by changing the title, it gives me a lot of information at a quick glance on a snap or the stream as to what, data behind it. It also dictates the statistics which I enter here associated with the various price levels. Now, these are the price levels or the session prices for my RT. They're pretty self-explanatory. There's nothing magical or mysterious. There is a POC for the full session and the RTH. And the POC is volume point of control, is simply the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Period. Somewhere around 3,000 contracts have traded overnight, and the minute one of these other prices is 3,001, that yellow line's going to move there. That's all there is to it. It's real easy. There's a VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, volume weighted average price. And there is a one thing that does kind of stumble, some people stumble over is the IB high and low. Because it's an acronym from the old market profile days, meaning initial balance, and all these really are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That is exactly it. Nothing complicated. This is the mid of the RTH session. There's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT other than what I've just described. The gradations here of these lines represent resting liquidity in the book. There's 293 contracts at 55, and my goodness, look at there. That's all there is to it. It shows you when it came in the book and when and if it leaves, like up here. This whatever that was at that price came in at 22.47 and left at was pulled when we traded through it at 01.42. That's all. So let's now I think everything's working okay. Let's look at the session prices and the statistics. So the statistics are real simple, like everything else. Everybody tries to make trading seem so complicated and mysterious. Think about this for a minute. The price only goes up or down. It's binary. The probability of the very next trade is 50-50. It can only go up or down. Price doesn't move sideways. That's implied by humans by adding it to time. Think about that for a minute. Okay? I know I have to. So here is the open type study, and there's only 4: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Gap up, gap down, higher or lower than as we just described, or I just described. And coincidentally, IRT highlights the correct open type for the day, and coincidentally, this was the open type for yesterday, as it will likely be today, lower in range. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Call me a liar for a day. Of these 2,000 days, we opened higher in range. Lower in range, 589 days. Of these 589 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 494 times, 83.9%. Overnight volume point of control, 83.9. That's all there is to it. And then I just go down the list. Overnight volume point of control, overnight mid, 82.5. My eyes are terrible, so if I don't get these wrong, forgive me. Overnight mid, which is probably right there, and you see that it's covered over here, but that's okay. So the overnight mid is 83.5, I think. Wasn't that it? 82.5. Well, call me a liar. Okay. Followed in hot pursuit by the previous close at 73%. Okay, previous close. I'm going to have to widen these out to get these flags in here. Here's the previous close, 73%. Okay. The IB high, previous IB high. Now, you see that we're getting kind of bogged down here because everything's getting jammed up, meaning that the auction's been real tight. And what I'm going to do is wind these out so I increase the height here a little bit, if I can get the goddamn thing to work. Okay, IB high. This is the previous IB high. Remember what it is. And that is 70.3%. And the reason I'm making a point of doing this is 70.3. And now I have to go IB high. Because, as we know, the minute we open, this is going to move. So I'm going to go, what the hell was 70.3%? And now I will know because I've got it tagged. That's the reason I did that. Sorry. This is the previous naked volume point of control for the most recent RTH auction, which was yesterday afternoon. This is where we close. This is the most recent naked volume point of control for an RTH session. The previous mid is 59.6, and that's right here. $68.6 is the value area low. That can't be right. Yes, it is 69.6. This is the problem. This is 69.6. Ooh, careful now. $69.6. And I think I got the other one off too. Yeah, previous value area low is 68.6. Now, a word about the volumes that you see here. The value area, high or low, refers to the previous auction. The developing value area, high and low, refer to the current auctioning session. It's kind of bizarre. Overnight low is 67.1, and that's way down here in the corn patch now. That's clear down here. This is the overnight low. You can see that's the previous RTH low. And also, here's the current ETH low. So it is 67.1. All right. That seems like quite a few of these little boys here to me. Previous low was 51.8, so that's right there. Typically, previous high, previous low, overnight high, overnight low are the common suspects, and the overnight high is way up here someplace, and that is 51.8. Now, these are just probabilities based on the look back of 2,000 days, having nothing to do with anything other than the relationship between open and our previous close and previous range, as I just described. 60.6. The IB low is 60.6. And boy, I have a hard time getting those lined up. Okay, I'm going to call that square. And what have we got here? We're approaching the world famous TLab story in a couple of seconds here. Okie dokie. And what is the TLab, you ask? Well, good question. It is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B., who is a professional trader with about 46 years experience. Now, he doesn't trade live. He doesn't call trades. But at some point, after a period of time of, being associated with someone and hearing him talk and whatever else, I make the decision that that person is telling the truth, And one of the things that makes me feel that way is that absolutely nothing is for sale, and you are in no way solicited for anything. Good morning, whoever joined. Drop something in the chat there and say hi. I guess that's what it is. I see that the concurrent views comes up, so that must mean something. Morning, in any case. So we're off. Back to the TLab. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap in order to participate and take advantage of all of the resources in the Traders Lab. Now, you do have to join the Bookmap Discord server, which there is a link to in the description here. And then once you get there, navigate to the Traders Lab Tom B. And that's the only Bookmap Discord place, room, whatever you call it, that I recommend, because I haven't been to any of the others except for two others, and they were very typical internet gurus. Third word out of the guy's mouth was selling something, which is perfectly fine, and that's perfectly the business of Bookmap and the person, but it doesn't interest me. So therefore, I'm telling you that I recommend the Traders Lab and Static, but it's not public. So there you are. Tom does stream every day from 10:30 to 12, I believe, in the Discord and YouTube. But it's a rehash kind of. He starts with pre-market and goes along. Unfortunately, I would be much more. It would be more meaningful for me if it were live. In the days when I first joined, it actually was. Before it was more organized by Bookmap. He would, stream for 3 or 4 hours in the day, and it was from the get-go. So it was meaningful to me. Now, what I post every day is this chart, and I do 2 posts in there to try to contribute something. I don't make as many comments in there, hardly any anymore than I used to. Contribute a lot, but there's a lot of new brooms in there that spend a lot of time talking and typing stuff, so it's, that's fine. I post the reports every morning about 6, and I post this snap every day at 8:20 to try to give people who don't have the same kind of charting capability the ability to see all the numbers they might want to see or that they missed or whatever else, So that's that. That is the TLab. Now, the next thing that's pretty darn important here that I think you'll probably agree with, if we're going to be able to trade, it would be nice to be able to trade. And in order to do that with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel right here with this padlock and select the way you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you select chart, the only place the mouse is active to trade is in the active data column. If you select DOM, the only place the mouse is active to trade is the DOM columns. And both is, guess what? Wait for it, both columns. There you are. Now, I also have my keyboard hotkeys set up, and they work fine in all 3 instances, chart, DOM, or both. But you have to have the application selected. There must be computer focus on the app, which has got nothing to do with Bookmap or anybody else. It's It's a normal thing, you know. If your keyboard will only be, or your input device will only be active on the particular window, browser, or application that has the computer focus. The reason the mouse always works is when you, by clicking on the mouse, it by definition then has focus. So that's that. The next thing I do every day and to trade is I use multi-brackets, which went right there. And I use a risk-neutral package. It must be in even numbers of contracts. The stop for all of the packages at the same tick space. The risk-neutral scale is for the same number of ticks in the positive as is the stop, and then for half of the package. Once this first scale is achieved, you're risk-neutral, and the worst that you can do is scratch. Now, I'm going to look at something else here later, and I do this for the copy thing. And this copies whatever I trade to 5 accounts. This is a TopStep combine or evaluation account. All of them, all 5 of them. The idea is I wanted to stream and record the entire process from the beginning to the end through funded. And as I said in the early comments, absolutely no trades are taken off a stream here in these accounts. So, and I trade, everything is live. And if you're familiar with Bookmap, you know that the accountability is unquestionable. It dutifully records entry, exit, any movement in your targets is all recorded on screen and for perpetuity, I guess. Okay, so after I have selected the package, I confirm that it is the correct number of contracts, and then I click the button again up here because I have set my reporting to be in ticks instead of dollars, and you can turn this window on to show you all the same information as you get over here about a trade. And by clicking that button again, it stays green, padlock's unlocked, but I get my real estate back. And we're going to open in a minute and a half, and I'm real excited to see if this server refresh. This is scheduled to reset at 8:30, this column, the RTH volume profile. For some reason, it has ceased to work very well for about the last month, or I don't know, a few weeks. I don't know. Time's a big blur. I also redid some of the things to do with stops and icebergs. I'm going to see how that plays out. And what I've been doing lately is I set a line at the session start, and I try to keep the whole session visible through the day until I'm ready to engage with the market, and then I zoom in. That's the plan. I'd like to try to figure out how to do a opening swing trade, but I'm not real sure exactly how to do that because of what I'm going to be looking for here is remember when we open, the IB high and low will reset, and they will be the high and low of the first 1 hour. So as we approach 1 minute, I should be able to see the IB high and the IB low and pick off the spot for the opening range trade. I've been doing some testing with that, back testing in my IRT, and it's working out pretty good, but yeah, we'll see. Okay, so hook in and hang on. We're open. We're open now. The clock has struck, and we didn't reset. So that did not have any effect on the reset, which is just monumentally irritating. And I can reset now. Okay, and then I can reset here and make sure it's correct. What I will start to do now is plot my, or track my, flag my, whatever you want to call it, the migrating volume points of control. That's really irritating. I mean, I realize it's not a big deal, but it's, you know, when you set stuff up, my thinking is as follows. When something as simple as that doesn't work, what the hell else isn't working? And this is how you're trying to interact with the markets, which is not the easiest game in the world, and make a living. So now you see where the IB high and low are, and you see how flagging that was kind of important. Here was the IB low before. Now it's up here. So here is the first high and low of our first minute and a half. So that still wouldn't have worked right. It was still too tight for me to engage with that. And look at us go. So the IB low was the way to go, right? On that opening range break. I'm just thinking out loud here. The market in the auction was severely disrupted with this report at 7:15 this morning. And don't forget, it's a short week and a holiday week, and tomorrow is non-farm payroll. So, you know, it could not be the easiest of trading days. Man, nothing wants to work right. I don't know what exactly is going on here, but I'm really not liking it. Yesterday was an inside day. We've had 3 neutral days in a row. Well, I'm not sure what that means or if it means anything, but I'm just stating the facts here. We have no news out until 9:15 or 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got the crude inventories. But the ever-present risk, danger, good morning, Antonio. The ever-present danger is a Trump bomb or the tweet storm or whatever you want to call it. Been trying to figure out a way to get on an IB opening range breakout trade, but it's so quick and so confused here with the book map. I don't think I haven't figured out a way to do it yet. I'm going to play with replays over this long holiday and see if I can figure that out, because the statistics have been working out pretty well with the back test. I will still continue to focus today on the IB trades. You see this little dipsy doodle over here? I'm not going to bother with that. I'm just going to move this thing up here in color square. Now I can bring it down here because we have just migrated down. I plot these flags because, yes, the yellow brick road will plot all day, but pretty soon it'll be scrolled off the left. And my idea is to have all the information I need to trade in front of me here. On the hard right edge. Well. Quite a big dumperoonie this morning at 7:15 on the employment stuff. Overnight, if you want to look at the real. It's pretty easy to see the whole picture here. This is the MNQs last night. And here's London. Poof. So, what, Panda? You busy singing? You want to sing to Antonio? You going to say good morning? Can you speak Portuguese? Huh? Okay, there you go. I don't know what to do here. Oh, you might be right. Oh, look at Mr. TopStep Crown Boy over here. All right. That's pretty cute. Yeah, thanks, Antonio. I am. I didn't. Yeah, I'm just watching the news, and I don't even know when I muted that, to be honest with you. I'm kind of preoccupied. I happened to be listening to Slow Markets last night, and it's something they have initiated in their chat. This is as I understood it. They're going to give you these, but in each session. So tomorrow, if you haven't participated a lot, you might not have that in the chat session. Why that's showing up in this chat on this stream, I have no idea either. But I noticed there was some people in there, what's his name was going, oh, look at the crown for, I don't know, Doom or whoever the hell it is. All these people that are that are regulars there. I noticed last night, and that's got something to do with that. I didn't get one. I don't contribute much. Some people, chat a lot, so I don't know. But that's what I know about it. And the number is, you're the first person to get the crown. So you've contributed. Well, the way it works over there is, and maybe it's got to do with YouTube now as opposed to just TopStep. You are the first contributor and with the most contributions in this chat. Oh, what's up above here? Something about OXP. I see something up here at the top of my screen. I don't know what that means. It's the same crown in purple. It says OXP or 0XP. I don't know what the hell it means. Rather than start clicking on stuff, I guess you should just be proud that you're the Real, isn't it? Isn't that, no, maybe that's Spanish. Yeah, it's got to be YouTube, obviously, because it's, this stream has got nothing to do with TopStep. So, yeah, how could it be? And apparently the number means you're the first one. And then if, Screedle Duck or whoever else, if Harry or somebody, or, Richard or somebody shows up and posts some stuff, I guess they would get number 2, is how I watched it seem to work last night. I don't know. Whoever's in here besides Antonio and I, post something. Let's see if you get a crown. Yeah, anyway. So here we go. Let's see, we're coming up to the 9 o'clock hour. Settlement, IB high, previous close, the previous naked volume point of control. Yeah. It's kind of well, I don't know if it's obnoxious or not, but it's a pretty big thing, isn't it? That's kind of interesting. There's something up here that says OXP. I guess I could do something about it. It's on my chat. Maybe I could turn it off or on. I don't know. But rather than screw something up, I'll wait and look at it later. Not that it matters. I think you get $1 million when you get that crown. I guess 1 means $1 million, and then 2 would be 2 million, I suppose. I don't know. Well, settle, close, volume, naked volume point of control all seem to be a pretty sticky line in the sand there, don't they? At the moment, as yesterday, we were an inside day, so far we're inside value, inside range, inside everything else. They keep chugging out higher with this POC. The NQ, or at least the MNQ last night, was really volatile. Well, let's go around the horn here. Here's the minis, ES, NQ. Just tight consolidation again. This was yesterday's RTH session. Pretty balanced. Little kurtosis to the downside. Here's our micro composite charts with the inside day yesterday. Who the hell knows what's going to happen today? We're just hovering right around this micro composite VPOC, a little bit above. And the market profile chart, same story, obviously. The micros, pretty much the same, but they do change a little bit, and some of the levels are different. Oh, another one. These crazy Ivans are pretty funny. There was a big one yesterday. So the take-home message here is that we're about 9 handles wide so far in the range. That's probably the important part. Half hour in and about 9 handles wide, so let your conscience be your guide, I guess. A quick read through the TLab and static. And now I'm not getting any. What the hell's going on here? There we go. I think the short message at this point is it's about 9 handles wide, and that's off bad news. The market was definitely disrupted over here on that news. And yeah, in review, if you're trading the rearview mirror, this was the perfect long right here. Mean reversion. If you've got a real short leash, and I have a greater risk reward or risk requirement, range requirement, I should say. Now they certainly don't seem to be able to get above here, and they keep the levels keep stacking up. Now the Globex VWAP is down here, so we got the IB high, the Globex VWAP settlement, whatever the hell this is, previous close, developing value area high. Goddamn brick wall going on over here now. Okay, I'm in, yes. Something to be aware of with Bookmap if you're not already. If you change tabs to look at another instrument, notice that the trade control panel defaults again to off. And so you have to turn it back on or face the frustration of being really pissed off when you want to get into a trade and nothing happens. But we traded through it, so there you go. Showed you what I know. We got a lot of liquidity laying up here. Well, not a lot. I don't see 500 boy anywhere. But you see these levels of liquidity sitting up here. This is suspicious to me because this indicates a hell of a lot more contracts than 200, right? Damn near double, but it's not showing up here in anywhere. That's kind of frustrating to me. I don't know why that works that way. Now it says it's 190. I don't know. Yeah, I guess if I had my jigsaw up, it would be accurate. So here we go. wonder what that does. There's some, these, I've got the 3D turned off on these dots or balls or whatever you want to call them, just to try to conserve processing power. But these are delta. In other words, this was net delta buy right up here. We're just getting over the top of this into this low volume area right up here, and we got a pretty big string of nothing going on above us from overnight. $9.05. So there was our IB30. Thank you, Mr. Rod. The IB statistic is well known and, of course, is not active until 9:30. And that says that the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session will be exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH session. And that's about that's greater than 97.5% in all four open types with this current configuration, looking back at 2,000 days. What Rod has done from TLab and Static is he did captured some data and determined that there's about a 90% probability that the high or low of the first 30 minutes is usually exceeded by high or low in the second 30 minutes. So those guys call that the IB30, and the old-fashioned real typical IB statistic is referred to as the IB60 sometimes. So we just did it, right? Here was the high previously. Here is 9 o'clock, and we made a new high. So there you go, IB30 to the rescue. We still haven't tagged out the overnight point of control or the previous RTH high. However, that was tagged out in the overnight substantially. Overnight high is 62.70. 75. And there's the overnight high. Here's the previous RTH high. And here we are now. And here's our mid, and here's our overnight volume point of control, and actually, and our previous IB high was right here too, I believe. Yep. Well, we're widening out on both ends over here. We've widened out the high and widened out the low. So it's expanding the range on both sides. That would be considered a open auction in my book. Okay. Let's get down to something that hopefully we can get a trade off here. Not to push trades, got to be patient, but obviously that's why I'm standing here for 7-8 hours a day. Oh, what the hell is that all about? Why'd that do that? There we go. Remember that this is a very high probability, and so is the overnight VPOC, which is above us at 62.56.5. I'm sure somebody had a way to get on that long, but I don't know what it was. For me, it wasn't a deal. Trying to focus on the IB statistics here, the IB trades, IB continuation, and IB failure. I need to skedaddle out and get some water here. Well, by golly. This test down here of the essentially the high volume node and the micro composite VPOC was probably the way to go, huh? But that's only 4 minutes in the market. I guess I got to get more proactive or reactive or something, some kind of active. My concept of the opening range breakout would have been a loser because it's tested lower and now we're trading higher. We still got the mid the previous IB high and the overnight volume point of control above us, which I would imagine will be tested with the overnight high way up there. And the expected move is to the upside is 62.73 today based on options volatility, implied volatility. Here we are, mid, POC, overnight high, ETH high, Globex high, same difference. And there's the expected move. These numbers were put in there last night between at just after 1700. And the downside is 62 quarter. So there you go. And unfortunately, this is where FOMO starts to creep in. I don't take breakouts. I don't trade that direction. And we're at 9:15. Remember that we got the crude numbers at 9:30. The IB stat will be in play. The real McCoy will be in play at 9:30. And all times here Central Standard Time. Remember that. Was tempted here. I actually was looking at static. Rod said the same thing, was tempted off this mid flip here, but it seemed an awful lot like diddling in the middle, and I agree completely. I can't bring myself to do those kind of trades when we're right in the middle of all these POCs and everybody else. That's just not, even though it's, the rearview mirror is so clean and clear, and we are trading up, and it was a fantastic mid flip here. But that is hindsight, rear view mirror trading, and that's not the thing to do, in my opinion. This is the overnight VWAP. This is the overnight VWAP, not the Globex VWAP, which is the reflection of everything from 1700 last night up to and including now. This is the RTH only. Yeah, I'd love to take this, trade towards mid, and everything above us, but that's not a high probability trade in my view. And something's got to change there. I got to go find something else to do because this is not working out for me lately, and I don't know why, other than I can say it's pretty damn frustrating, but that's the case. Ooh, here we go, Antonio, VPOC migration. There you are, buddy. Get on that one now. This is that one that gets everybody lured in. Now, what I would be looking for here, and I very definitely may miss it, is a test down here somewhere to give a trigger and some indication that we're going to go. Yeah, me too. That's what I was thinking too. And perhaps I'm wrong. Let's see what's going on in if any of the whiz bangs are saying something. I don't know. Not really. Jesus. And 9:30 is the sorry, 9:30 is the well, there is an iceberg buy, and we had a net delta sell going on up here. Did I get those colors right? Yeah, these are buys and those are sells. Yeah, that's right. I did this last night trying to take advantage of some of this crap that I pay for anyway. And this is a VPOC migration, which is definitely a structured trade. And maybe this was the pullback to get on. So what are you, 52? You haven't gotten to 52.75 or 53 yet. You've got to get through these levels in order to get even scaled. Granted, there's a lot of room above us, and there's the biggest number of all statistically is the POC, and then the value area high and the previous high and somebody else up here, way up here. There you go, the overnight high. But I've said it to where I'm hoarse talking about it. This VPOC migration, even though it is the most obvious setup, how can you miss the yellow line moving around? It's not my best. It's probably my worst. And here, there was a trigger, and now you're getting up there. Now you've been scaled. So good for you. Another IB30. I kind of would expect that anybody that's a self-respecting trader with a pocket full of money is long gone for the 4th of July, you know? The Hamptons or Aspen or wherever the hell they are, Montana somewhere. Maybe not. Volume is still right up there, so that's saying something. And this looks like it'll pan out. This could also be considered a bar trade in with a VPOC migration in context, I guess. You know, breakout, retest. That one's a tough one for me. Where are we now? We got 6 minutes to the IB statistic set. Now taking it, you know, we continue to chug higher. We took out yesterday's IB high and the mid, and the overnight mid. So we're running out of levels above us. And I disappointingly am not on this because of my little girl tendencies. There we go. It's a buy stop as opposed to a buy iceberg. Now, if they would come back down and tap this again, or maybe even go under it for a bit, that would be, in my opinion, that would be a much more justifiable trade for the IB and that overnight volume point of control. But nobody cares what I think, and they're already off to the races. So 51 to 54 is the scale, right? Whoa, baby. What the hell? Oh, crude oil. Huh? No, shit, no. stop run. 279 for 5. And an iceberg buy or sell. That didn't pan out too well for them, but wow, my goodness. That one hell of a stop run, huh? Yeah, I'm pretty disappointed about that. There's 52 to 59. Now a V-shape. Is this going to be a V-shape reversal? One of the static, often watched things based on this big stop run up here. A lot of statistics got banged out there. And we still have the IB coming up in 3 minutes. Now, yeah, I was going to say, now remember, the IB is going to jump way up. The IB high is going to jump way up to the top of that spike. Well, shucks. I don't know what to do, to be honest with you. There are no missed opportunities. There's only the next one. And what was this? A little stop run? Yeah, 53 of them taken out down here. Minute to the IB. Well, crap. And more crap. There's 100, there's 10 points. I'm going to stop listening to you. I'll start taking that IB, that VPOC migration. I'm going to blame it all on you, dude. Jesus. I'm telling you, what we need to do is get organized in here. One go one way and one go the other, and split the net. It's like hedging, right? I mean, like some of these influencers do, where they get 2 accounts. Like Apex gives them 2 accounts to trade, and they can go one way on one and one on the other, and just keep showing whichever one is which, or whichever one's profitable. Apparently, Matt, Trades by Matt, if you know him at all, who he's over in Austin here. I actually used to listen to his shit when he was first starting out years ago when I was in KL. He apparently got paid $1 million by Apex to come there and do his shtick for those guys. They are also in Austin or over there in that area somewhere. Good for him. But I mean, it's just now it was called Trades by Matt. I don't know that it even is a thing anymore, but it used to be. I remember when he quit his job as a project manager, same as I was. I remember when he quit his job and went full time with it, and his wife got pregnant and they had a little baby, and all that kind of stuff for years. It went on for years. In KL, I used to listen to it when I was doing the stairs. I used to do 4,000 steps a day in our building, and I could listen to, because it was the time difference, I could listen to his shtick. But the one thing I noticed about him was, it was one of these kind of guys that he's on a $3,000 loss, and then the next morning it's when he comes back on. Well, yeah, I traded that all back after the stream yesterday. His stream was only an hour or two long every morning. That's typical. But hey, he's making a hell of a lot more money than I am. He's got like 20 Apex accounts, and he's one of those deals. Something, I don't know. I just happened to see somebody say something. I had forgotten all about him till I heard somebody say something about it the other day. And I don't even remember where I might have heard that. Eamon, maybe. There for a while, at one point, he was going to try to get in. What happened with Vietnam? Oh, great, Richard. Yeah. Trade deal with Vietnam. Well, that's pretty cool. Well, I'll tell my wife. A lot of the manufacturing has moved out of China to Vietnam. I would, obviously we have, my family is all Vietnamese, so, but man, the language and everything, the reading and the writing and everything is just, I can't get there. Beautiful country, nice people, and good for them. Yeah, Nike and a bunch of people in Apple moved their manufacturing there. Good for them. I'll have to check out the news. I didn't see that. Let me see. Not that I don't believe you, but I would like to see it myself. Well, the Dallas Fed is out. EIA inventories. We had, a big drawdown. Previous was 5.83 million, and we drew down to 3.84. I don't see anything here about the Vietnam news. But I believe you, and that's great. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Hope everything's good and sunny old London. Okay, where am I now? Boo, there we go. Well, all right. The IB statistic has just been satisfied while I was looking for that news right there. Yeah, and Antonio, warded me off this great trade here. Damn, I don't know what to do about that guy. Here we got the March the 30th is our MC high up here, and we've got this naked volume point of control just above us. So now my stat came and went, and I'm busy picking my nose. I guess I'm my own worst enemy here. That was the trade, buddy. That was the setup and the trade, damn sure. That rear view mirror, some clear stuff, isn't it? I don't know what's going on here. This guy posts a lot, and I don't know what it is. What's going on with Tom, the mom, and the parent, and the Pharaohs over there? Sam, the Sham, and the Pharaohs. Resting liquidity at 65-ish. Well, yeah, no kidding, Tom. I mean, come on. Everybody can see that, I guess. I guess everybody can see that there's resting liquidity up here at the previous high. And I would suppose about a gazillion stops. Should I just throw one on long and say hi-de-ho? That's about the way I feel. I remember that Daryl guy. I think it's Daryl. Trump tweet. There you go. I don't do the Truth Social thing. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Richard's number 2. You see that? So this is some tops or what do you call it? YouTube thing. You see how he's got crown number 2 going on? Well, is this an IB continuation? It looks like it is so, isn't it? We took it out, we tested down, we went up, tested again. This was probably the location to get on it for the IB continuation, I am guessing. 59 to 61 would be not scaled yet. What's this? That's our current high. Wow, you two big shots with the purple crowns. My wife would love it. She loves purple. And ironically, I didn't know that for a few years. Bad husband, I guess. Well, if they come back down and test it, I would be tempted to take the IBC. This was perhaps my missed opportunity right here. Or here. Damn. Damn. Well, and back to the Vietnam deal, that's how many Trump tweets have we seen that we had a whole bunch of deals in place? I don't know what to think anymore about it. Pretty incredible to be in a situation where you question the authenticity or the veracity or the truthfulness of the President of the United States, isn't it? But I mean, the guy's got a history of lying through his frickin' teeth for years. So, you know, politically or not, whichever way you think about him, it's just proven without a shadow of a doubt for years. And years and years. Got piling up some liquidity here, probably going to take it out. I'm thinking we're going to come back down to this IB high and go for an IB continuation. And I'm about in the mood to just put one on anyway, you know. Somebody's pushing and somebody's holding her down. Right at the previous RTH high from yesterday. So we have a bar, breakout, retest, up we go. What are we going to do? Who's on third? Here we come. Here we come. What I don't want to see is one of these deals here, which is probably likely. I guess. Buyer's not getting anywhere. Was this my missed opportunity here? Perhaps. I guess so. Looks like it. I was thinking they'd get her back to, expecting it would get back to the IB high for the test, but maybe not. They did trade out that liquidity. And this would be so there's the bar, the breakout, retest, breakout. Will they retest? I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Looks like I missed it. Trade don't talk. Isn't that the isn't that the idea? Doggone. That's my own worst enemy here by and large. And I think it all stems back to the psychological fact that I don't eat my own dog food, i.e. I don't believe. I mean, intellectually, I understand completely that we are going to take stops, that it's 50-50, and that the whole thing should be on a statistical approach. But apparently, subconsciously or emotionally or something, I don't believe that. And this fear of losing or whatever else is powerful, I guess. Come on, boys. Come back down here. A lot of buying and not going up. Why? That high has got to have a shitload of stops up above it there. I'm about ready to throw one on long down here and hope for the best. I would like to take this trade, but that's a breakout, which is an error for me. If they get it back down under here, high possibility we'll have a stop run down to clean out all the people that are thinking it's going to be great going long. And means I'll end up likely missing the move. Tough decision. Poor reaction, I guess, because right here I would have been scaled. And once that's done, then who gives a damn, right? So we don't have any news now. We've got the oil numbers, unless there's some sort of a unplanned one from our good friends in the government. Man, this is frustrating. Really frustrating. The slow grind up, eh? There we go. That's what I was thinking about right there. What was that bullshit for? Is that just a stop run, or are we going to do a V deal here? Is that some news? That's what I was afraid of right there. Ooh, look at it go. Is this news then? Or is this a V bottom?
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Well, we'll see what happens here.
Order
we only got to get a
submitted.
little bit up
Order
to that
submitted.
IB and we'll be out of it.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
I don't know what that
Order
was
submitted.
exactly, but I'm tired of standing here. This is where my bracket order always comes back to haunt me. Should I move the stops below the VWAP and all those likely suspects down there? Or do I think we're going to have this VPOC, VWAP movement and get someplace? I don't know. There is also the possibility of bringing my stop to break even, which is not a very good idea. Oh, there we go. VPOC migration. That's scary because usually, oh, that's the full session. That's not the, that's not the current RTH. Just get up there and get that scale out, and then I'll be pretty much happy about things in life in the fast lane here. All right. And now we're scaled, and now now I can breathe again. Man, I don't know what is going on here. And now I'm going to break the cardinal
Order
sin, and I'm
submitted.
going to move this stop to break even. This is only a 2-lot, remember. This is not one of the 4 lots. But it is pushing to 5 accounts, so that's something. And I would be targeting this overnight high, the naked volume point of control, the previous MC high here. Thanks, Richard. I'm still not sure how a foreign country is going to pay tariffs. Obviously, it's not the government, and the tariffs are charged here to the importers. So I'm pretty mystified by that. Let's get to the previous high here. I might stop talking and get up here and take this scale. But thanks a lot. I still don't understand it. My concept of an understanding of how tariffs work is, not that. And I realize that it's a Trump tweet, and he has repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the importers are the people that pay the tariff. So now the concept could be for trade management to bring my scale up below this swing low. And that would, in fact, guarantee
Order submitted.
that scale Let's see if we can get on above us up here with some of these. I'd like to see that at ETH high. If we get across the MC high here at the 30, which is coming up at this liquidity, there's going to be some stops, and I would fully expect that that'll get to target. But you never know. New high? Don't know. Once they cross that 65-ish, then that's going to be, oh, hell, I would suppose there'll be a stop run that'll, because don't forget, we've got the previous RTH high and this naked volume point of control from the 19th of February. Now, does that mean anybody is up there yet? Still? Don't know. But I'm going to keep scooting this up underneath of swing lows. To keep locking in stuff here, I think. Where are we? 52 is 10 o'clock. I don't like 10 o'clock very much. Previous RTH high, I would have thought there was more there. But you never know. If all the stars align here, the time has got me worried. I mean, worried. I'm risk neutral scale and I'm up to my T1, so I don't guess worried is exactly what it is, but I need to get some positive trades under my belt here and make some money. Or get these into the evaluations to make some money. Let me rephrase that. And I keep having the concept of, well, shall I just open a brokerage account and circumvent all this thing? And then I have to remind myself, if you don't think you're making money in a combine paying $50 a month or whatever it is, why do you suppose you're going to make money putting your own capital at risk? That's got to be about as dumb as, I'm afraid they're going to turn it around now. Let's see what happens. That's about as dumb as the gambler's fallacy, right? Kind of funny, there's nobody really defending that target up there. But it is also a very light day. Very light in terms of close to the holiday. Here we go. Well, there's a stop out. And watch that IB be the bounce point, right? Okay. Well, there's that. What do we got? Only 24 points. That's not very good. Now it's 2-to-1 risk reward, so that's something, I guess. Well, not very good, but on the other hand, not very bad, I guess. My snap. Damn it. I should have taken off the 36, I guess. I just about pulled it up under these swing lows here. I probably should have done that. Another 3 or 4 handle. So yeah, there's the snap I take every day for every trade. I haven't been able to get this IB continuation off dead center very far, have they? In the grand scheme of things. Ooh, there's that VPOC migration. Oop. Come on. There you go. Well, here we have the VPOC migration that seems to be going to take off. Maybe, you never know. Who the hell knows? We're running out of. So, what did we do here? This may be the trade. And again, if you took these pullbacks on the 58s, there is the scale. And, you know, are we going to get points north out of it? I don't know. Rod's got some stats on the fact where IB or the VPOC migrates outside of the IB's high or low. But one of their criteria is minimum of 3 points before it's got any kind of meaning for him, if I remember all that right. Looks like right now, if I'd have gotten that, I'd be pretty happy with 4 points. And then be scaled again and looking for higher ground. And this is a pretty normal thing with the IBs, you know, that it tests back and forth over it, but we're not getting it too far over here. And what is this bullshit? Is this one of those trailing algos again? What the hell where'd that come from? I haven't seen that damn thing in a long time. I hope that doesn't stick. That's pretty annoying. Hmm. Get your trading spurs on. I'm going to go get some water. Okay. I've got notifications and all kinds of stuff going on here. I don't know what to think about the stream. Is it streaming okay? Uh-huh. 40% on transshipping. What a screaming. Reading that, if you read that post from Trump, that doesn't say anything about manufacturers. It says any and all goods sent into our territory. Wow. Yeah, well, that's a good idea. Okay. Well, this bracketing algo is pretty annoying. Where did that pencil neck come from? Yeah, that VPOC migration is working out sweet. Well, sort of sweet. Now, I guess I'm feeling a little better about trailing that up. We don't seem to be able to get any oomph over the top of that, at least yet. And pretty quick, we're going to be into RTH2, and I'm going to be into standing back watching. My wife just brought in a bowl full of homemade char siu and fresh baked sourdough bread. So I would suppose that a food coma would be imminent. What the hell is going on here? Why is this doing this? Oh, wow. Holy smokes. Man, look at the damn MNQ off the open. Boop. It doesn't even look back. I guess ES must be doing the same thing, but it's funny how the perspective can change so much by just looking at the configuration of the chart. Or at least it's funny to me. Huh. Not funny, haha, but odd. Yeah, pretty much the same on the NQ. Or the ES. NQ didn't pull back at all. It hasn't changed the IB low since the IB. Since the open. A lot of big wicks going on up here with the ES. Whatever those colored crowns are, I see that they change color. The colors change. Antonio's number 1 is brighter than Richard number 2. I understood last night that it was something TopStep had done. It's just YouTube. And I'll click this OXP button here later today and see what the hell that does, whether to turn them off or turn them on or what to do. Yeah, so this 24 ticks on the S&P minis pushed across 5. So there you are. That's where it stands at this point. What does that mean? What does that come up to? My brain is toast. That's 120 ticks on all 5. That's reasonable. Reasonable day or morning or trade or whatever. Well, boy, I guess my regret is not trailing up below these. You know, hindsight, rearview mirror, internet guru, influencer. Pick one. I'm perfectly happy with what I did. I managed it the way I narrated it, and that is recorded. Obviously, in hindsight, I wish I'd have shut it off right there, but I didn't. So you have to let it breathe and have to give it some room. I wouldn't have wanted to be in this drawdown, and we haven't gotten any further than we did yet. At some point today, I'm pretty sure we're going to take out this MC high and probably this naked volume point of control, or they're waiting for some, you know, magical crap for a new all-time high in honor of the 4th of July, or who the hell knows. Things are so manipulated and crazy now, I can't keep up. It's hard for me to even understand what's really happening. Yeah. Well, I hope you all have gotten one or two out of here. My anticipation of this short and the narration around that was just basically intuition or discretion or whatever it was. Obviously, there's nothing telling me that that's going to happen, or no trigger or anything. I mean, it's a record and it's fact now. It's recorded, and it was recorded at the time. So this is not some rearview mirror crap. I was a little late on the entry, and real lucky right here that it didn't come back and take it out. Pretty lucky. Had my entry been lower, of course, I would have been under this mid, and that would have been a more opportune spot to go. Now, what I also narrated at the moment was my brackets are fixed. And that's not it. That's the multi-copy thing. Okay, the brackets are fixed. 12 ticks, and the risk neutral scale is mandated by the stop loss. Okay, and that's, I think, a real good way to go and a good way to get started. And of course, you can do multiples, as many as you want. When, Trump was doing the first business of the tariffs and things were so scary or so volatile, I put in high volatility one with a much bigger stop loss and moved down to the micros, by the way, because of risk and risk management. But there's a huge, I think, where you evolve is to, your stop should be where the trade is no longer valid. Okay. And for this trade, that was no longer valid was down here, because it was the VPOC migration and then the resultant short that was the trigger. So down here was the would have been the no longer valid part. What I've been trying to do in my trading is get my entries refined to a point where that stop would be at the invalid point. But that's really tough to do. I would have had to enter here in order to have my stop under the invalid area. And what a lot of traders do, I believe, is once the trade's on, they take the stop down here. Now, I could do that, but I would, in order to keep my risk neutral bracket consistent, I would need to move the risk neutral scale or T1 target up away from entry the same amount of ticks that I move the stop down, which throws off all of the statistics if you're trying to, take care, Antonio. Have a good one. Which throws off the statistics and invalidates that particular trade from being included in the data set you're trying to vet the trades with. Because you've got to compare apples and apples, right? You can't say, okay, I have a win rate or an expectancy of X percent, but this trade had a stop of 20 ticks and this trade had a stop of 12 ticks and that trade had a stop of, that's stupid. That's a word that rhymes with stupid. So, yeah, and here we go. Again, they're going to test up. One of these times, they're going to come ripping up through here and take out this previous high, and I suppose the naked volume pointer control. And every time they do this and pull back, everybody's jumping on. Oh, it's going to go short. They're all these guys that are trying to call the top are putting their stops just above. Huh. They took out that expected move almost to the tick. That's pretty interesting. Right here. That is the expected move based on options, the options chain, implied volatility. Something new I am looking at. When we do pop through here, there's going to be some stops. Abso-freaking-lutely. But oh, I'm sorry. 62.73 is the expected move. Yeah, football. Wasn't looking right. I got to thinking that didn't sound right. We're into the RTH2 session here. No, not quite. Another 10 minutes. Here we go. Here we go. That was the stops, 217 stops, 16 orders that I was talking about right across this area. A few minutes ago, I was saying all these guys that are trying to pick the top. In my opinion, that would be a real retail spot to put anything when we have this, these areas just above us. But a lot of these folks don't know that. They don't know where a microcomposite is or even know what a microcomposite is. And they likely don't know about a naked volume point of control. I mean, you have to remember that those things are all in our world and vocabulary. There's a whole bunch of guys out there trading, or people out there, traders out there trading that have no clue what any of that stuff is or care. Now we're going to see some action if this takes out. I'm not sure why they decided that would be a thing to do at 10:30, but seems like that's it. And I would guess that when that happens, which it just did, boom, 317 out right there. 387, sorry. Now let's look at this in a more professional opinion. Here was the long. There was the scale. There was the stop. We have not even come close to taking heat on the open, let alone the stop, this entire time. And let's see how long it takes us to get to our target, which is what Rod does. And, more successful or more financially successful and I guess better or, different or whatever traders. But this is the paranoia of not wanting it to blow back in your face and to take some profit. So I took $300 right here, or 24 ticks with no heat. And now likely looking here or higher. Maybe not. But that's the way. That's the way to do it when you're not as pressed. And for a long time, I would never trail up. Or as I, mentioned, once you're at that scale, once you've achieved T1, come out. There's a philosophy that says you bring it up to break even. Okay, even at that, there would have been no heat. And then just go for a walk or go to bed or whatever it is you do, and put your feet up, put your helmet on, put your feet up, and wait for the targets. Rod would not leave his brackets alone. He'd be targeting probably just below this liquidity and looking at the overnight high, at the overnight high. And again, it's important to say, this is rear view mirror trading. But I'm not trying to influence someone or make some statement that's anything other than I managed this the way I managed it, and that's what I did. Okay. But looking at it with clearer eyes, never took any heat whatsoever yet. That's not rearview mirror trading. That's analyzing and hopefully growing. And even if I took it off right here, that's double what I got here. This is 48 ticks, so this would be about 36, right? So it's triple. This is a 3-to-1. This is 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1, basically. I think Antonio's gone. I don't think he monitors after he's gone, but I hope he got something out of this morning. And Richard, certainly you as well, and anybody else. I don't know who the views are in all these views that come and go, but they don't. I wish people would either, click the like. How much trouble is that? And I can understand maybe not wanting to subscribe or not, but how much trouble is it to click the like thing? And also drop something in the chat to say hello or, kiss my ass or you're a doofus or whatever it is. Interact. I stand here talking to myself and the cat. Thank goodness Richard and Antonio are here. Surprisingly, not getting any follow through on these moves. I would have really thought that there was a substantial amount of fuel living up here. Once we took out this liquidity, notice, however, that the developing value area high has migrated up here. So we're definitely migrating value higher. We are now overlapping and higher. And are we? Yes. we will not be another inside day by not a hell of a lot, but there's the previous high. Okie dokie. Okay, there we got it. Okay, only 411 stops up there. Pretty close. We're inching in on the old target. It's important to remember that this is just fear on my part. Once this scale has been taken out, even down here, it's risk-free, right? It is a risk-neutral trade. The worst that can happen is a scratch. Up here, the worst that can happen is that you've locked in this first scale. So this is just truly wussing out and not believing in my read, which was and is and continues to be more or less, what I've anticipated is seeming to bear out so far. You can't, makes no sense to predict the market in any way because it's a random environment. But you have to anticipate it. I mean, you have to think something, I guess. I think these kind of errors, like I did here, well, it's not really an error, but you know what I mean? These kind of decisions is what separates the wheat from the chaff, right? This is how guys who make a lot of money every month operate as compared to guys who are sort of, you know, afraid or whatever. Also has to do with account size. And when I'm not worried about things, I never move my stop. I would never even bring it to break even or to entry. But I needed to get this in the bag psychologically and etc. So I'm not making excuses. I'm trying to analyze here. Analyze, baby. He said. Okay. It's you know, at no point has my original stop or even the break even or, you know, the entry. Let me start over. Once this stop or this risk neutral scale is achieved, the worst that can happen is a scratch even here. So if you bring it up to here, the stop up to the entry, then you've at least locked in a little bit on your risk neutral scale. Yes or no, that's, you know, can or cannot be a good idea. But to further scale it up and only lock in 24 ticks, as you see right up here, as opposed to where we are now. This is, well, we were up to 36 ticks. It's essentially 12, 24, 36, 48. This stop is at 48 ticks. And we will get there before the day's over. And probably higher to the overnight high. That is my fortune telling for the day. So the point of this conversation is proper risk management is not to see money, take money. Proper risk management is to plan the trade, put the trade on, and let the trade do its thing. And especially after you've achieved your risk neutral scale. What's the sense of urgency that says you've got to try to catch a couple $100 or, 12 or 20 ticks when your original plan was 48 and you originally planned to lose 12 or risk 12? That's 4-1. This is 1-1, basically, because here's the first one out of 12. Here's the second one out of 12. So this is this is 2 out of 12, and this is 2 stop at 12. So that's a 1-to-1 reward ratio as opposed to 4-to-1, and that's the difference. That's the difference in traders, I believe. Okay. Okay. Crying over spilled milk is also not anything I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to analyze and review, think through logic or flawed logic. And then why did I do that? Well, fear. I desperately wanted to lock in enough, a substantial profit, or not substantial, but $300 is $300, 24 ticks on 2 contracts. Rather than let the trade play, rather than let my intellectual side let the trade play out, So this is the monkey mind in action over here. And one of the, reassuring or the confirming parts of a trade like this is it's obvious that was a mistake. It's obvious this was a flawed decision. It didn't even, no heat even at the entry. By the way, it says the entry was pretty good. Okay, so look at glass half full kind of deal. Where you really get in trouble, I think probably one of the worst things that happens is when you did this and it goes down to your stop and you go, I took that money off and I see money, take money, like it happened to me yesterday, actually. That's the worst. That's like when you move your stop and it works out in your favor. That's the worst thing that can happen to you because your brain, our brains, remember the good stuff, remember the positive, right? So you don't remember. I want to keep reaffirming this in my mind that this is a flawed logic, because the thing that I will remember is yesterday or whenever the last time was that I did this and took a stop and it went on to stop. If this had gone on down here to stop, I'd think I was a freaking genius, right? That I took this off up here. That's real flawed logic. And again, I anticipate, I predict, never predict anything in trading, that we're going to get to this original target and no heat, unless a Trump bomb or a who knows what bomb. But I bet you we get up to this. I'll bet we get to this target before we get to the stop. Even when we brought it back to the entry, up to the entry, to a premature break entry, a break even. What else is happening over here? So Rod just answered me. Just answered me back when I put in there see money, take money. I didn't do it right, but I took the scale when I posted this copy of this trade. I said by trailing up. Sorry, Rod. And then he just answered. I took the same trade, haven't scaled, still holding. So just what I said exactly is the difference now. I don't know if he. I probably better not show his stuff that he posts necessarily. Well, here, I mean, I can certainly show you this. This is my post, my commentary, and his comment just now. And the difference is his results last month. About 43,000 profit. 2 or 3 trades a day. I think max was 3 trades a day. I have that snap here, I think, sanitized, maybe. Oh, damn it. There you go. This was his month trade. There's his day for June. Multiply that by $12.50 and you'll get the total P&L for the in dollars for the month. It's about 43,000 and change. This is about $9,000. And you see the number of the profit factor and all these things. So it is a doable deal. And the people that I trade with live, not blowing their horns, not, internet, blah, blah, blah. Here's my rap Ferrari or whatever the hell it is. Here's my rap girlfriend. That's the inspiration that I'm trying to work for and that I'm hopefully able to share here. with the stream. That's the idea. I wanted this stream for a couple of reasons. The 3 reasons that I list early on in the initial greetings every morning in the pre-market. I don't multitask. I believe journaling is important. I don't multitask well, and so I record everything I see here on OBS and stream it, and my voiceover gives indication as to what I was thinking. The reason I stream it is for transparency, accountability, and the fact that I am trading live and I take no trades off the stream. That's why the streams are so long. 7.5 hours every day. Start at 8 o'clock in the morning and end around 3 or 1500. I'm not here all the time. I mean, sometimes I go to lunch, bathroom, lay down, take a nap, take a shower, whatever it is. But, you know, for the first 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours, 5 hours at least, I'm always on standing here unless something's up with the family or something else. But you know what I mean? And the idea is that hopefully it helps me and it helps anyone who's around. That's the idea. It's just like these levels here, all these these session prices. I push these and share these with a bunch of people or everybody in the TLab that wants them, or static or wherever. And if anybody here wants them and has Bookmap and wants these levels, which are pushed directly real time from my IRT, just let me know in the chat or comments. I got to remember to read the comments section. I don't do that very diligently. I probably should. I got to get used to being I'm not much of an influencer, in case you didn't figure that out. Anyway, so that's where that's at. Because I would like to be in a situation like that, with that kind of money, that kind of an income and, you know, lifestyle, and that it affords freedom and, you know, worry free and take care of your family. And I would love to be able to help an infinite number of other people achieve that. That would make me really happy. Blows my mind so much, these influencers and stuff that scam people. It's like, Jesus, that is 180 degrees out of phase from how I think. Really. Exactly. Well, back to my new plan. So there's the context. Is there any doubt in your imagination which way the context of the day is? And that's up. So what trades should we be taking? Longs only, in my opinion. Fortunately, I had sense enough to expect that this dump was going to happen, and I took it on the big V pullback long in the direction of context. And then I've just gotten through talking enough about the flaw in my management, or the flaw in my thinking, letting the monkey mind get involved rather than the it's the rational one or whatever, whichever one, the one that does the good stuff. You know, the two little in the old cartoons, the little devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other. And the Leghorn or somebody was, or Sylvester was, they were whispering in his ear, "Don't eat Tweety." Yeah, so All right, so here I got to get the music figured out for this thing too. I don't know what to do. I think it's epidemic or something. You got to buy it or whatever. I think it adds a nice, relieves the boredom in the back end. I want to get the binaural beats with the right kind of brainwave stuff. Rod mentioned something about that one he particularly likes, and I'm going to try to do whatever I can. That sounds like it's up to Rod. Don't, don't argue with success, right? Migrated again? No, same one. Okay. Another reason for these flags, right? I can tell what I did and didn't do. Boy, they're just pushing up there. Pushity, pushity, pushity. These crazy islands are so funny. It's more pronounced, of course, when you're zoomed in like that, but still, it's pretty crazy stuff. I've dubbed them the crazy Ivans. Boy, I wish I could find that. Here we go. Another VPOC migration, baby. They're going to keep at it until they finally get it up there. That's for sure. Which is just Jim Dandy. I'm only sorry that I'm not in Rod's shoes or didn't manage this properly with a just waiting for the scale. I'm waiting for the target, you know. That's my only regret, but otherwise I'm pretty happy with it. How the hell do you get to 1? Well, that doesn't look good. That doesn't look good there at all. Does it? I don't think it's going to move. Oh, yeah, it's ticking. Okay. Well, my soothsayer prediction, a gypsy blood, is saying that we're going to take this high out in the 12-1. The 12-1 exuberance. So I'm going to be stepping away here for a shower and whatnot. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah, that's pretty darn disappointing. $300, and so I left $450 per contract or per account laying on the table. So $2,500. Assuming this is going to get taken out, and I don't think there's any question about it right up here. Seven. And I will point out once again, no heat. No heat on the original stop, no heat on the break even, on the entry. At all. Not one tick of heat. Just patience is all that was required. The all-time high are at 82.80 or 62.87. $12. So are they going to do the 12-to-1 bump, or are they going to do the pullback? I don't know. I'm not going to try either one of them. I can guarantee you that much. That's for sure. Well, so there was my target. And at no point was the stop ever, or even the break even, ever threatened. So there you go. Okay, the power hour, 10 minutes in. And to refresh, exactly no heat ever taken on this trade. And went all the way to target and then some. So Rod and a couple other guys did that. And I think Rod was in 3.5 hours or something like that. He finally got out right here. So yeah, it's a pretty good wow, 28. You know, mash a thumbs up when you come through so I can see if this counter is working or not, and drop something in the chat. Be nice to know who's here and get a crowd of people going on here. And what's going on in Wally World here? Let's check. Wow, nothing. Oh, wow, look at this. Oh, that's good. I guess he's busy trying, or admin's busy trying to get the budget passed or golfing or something. Anyway, all quiet on the tweet front, so that's a good thing. Apparently there was some Truth Social announcement of a trade deal with Vietnam. I don't have that software. I don't have any social media, so yeah. One of the subscribers in here said so. Richard. So that's cool. Continue to move up. Wow. It's probably one of the best opportunities for a long-term profitable deal I've had in a long time and not taken it. Here was 48 ticks, so we would be well above that at this point by just moving the target up and bringing the stop along with the VPOC. Except here, you would have gotten stopped at, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. You know, that's the rear view mirror trade analysis thing. Instead of 24 ticks, I should have about 60 minimum. So that's a okay outcome, but a poor trade management. And that's how you get ahead in the game, is taking advantage, getting the maximum benefit from the positive things and keeping your risk really short. Instead of 1-to-1, which is what I ended up taking, I should have had at least 4 or perhaps 5-to-1. Now, I will say also that the correct approach would have been, in a normal circumstance, is to re-enter here on the next VPOC migration. Again, no heat, up at least, what do we got here? 62, 72, well, 10 ticks, 40 points. I'm sorry, 40, 10 points, 40 ticks. The football. And I guess my tongue isn't awake yet. So if you're in the chat, that's great. I hope it's of some help here. After the stream, which I typically close at 1500, then I update the timestamp chapters with all of the things that have gone on, including the trades and the entries and those kind of things, risk neutral scales, etc. Because I realize this entire stream is 7+ hours. The reason for that is I have a commitment to transparency, ultimate accountability, and I will not take any trade off stream. So I start the pre-market at 8 o'clock in the morning, and then the stream has to go through the trading day, at least the cash, in order to be able to capture any trades for however long they are or however many they are at whatever point in the day. I realize it's not ideal, but it is my virtual trading journal. So I think that's that's really the only way I could see to do it. And if you've got a better idea, post it in the chat or say hi, or any kind of suggestions or comments are welcome. Also, if you would like to have, or it could be useful to have, these session prices, which are pushed and updated in real time from IRT to Bookmap. They are these prices here. And then just let me know in the chat and we'll figure out a way to get them to you. I share them with everybody in the Traders Lab, and I suppose there's a bunch of people in TLab, in Static, that use them also. So there's that. A P-shaped profile, that is short covering. We are dangerously close to, now this would be shorts. So what they've done is shaken out all the shorts from this big drop down on Trump madness and tariff madness over here. We are also dangerously close to the new all-time high, which is 62.87 for the adjusted contract. So, right wherever it went, right there, 62.87. That's all-time high. And I'm talking about the ES, not the MES. And I'm talking about the corrected or adjusted contract. In other words, the continuous. Lovely day. Lovely trade. I mean, and really nice, measured, predictable. Well, predictable, but measured and expected or I don't know how to say that word. That's not a word. Easily anticipated price action. Don't want to say expected or anticipated price action based on the IB or the migrating VPOCs. Now, where I got my entry was on this big steep V-shaped reversal, and I took it right there. Now, only had a tick or two to be stopped out. One point, but it has gone on now without any problem or heat all the way to the target and then up another bunch, another handful. So that's a technical term. A heap. Well, and there we go around the final curve. Got the MOCs in 20 minutes. Well, 19 and change. That's at 1450. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some profit taking here. We've been straight up all day. Granted, it has been short covering, but somebody takes the other side of all those trades. You know? And how is that somebody going to make money? That's an important question to ask yourself. The market is a zero-sum environment or game, whatever you want to call it. For every seller, there is a buyer. The fact when you hear somebody say there's more buyers than sellers or what, vice versa, they are letting their ignorance show. It's not the case. In futures, I'm talking about now. In stocks or whatever, yeah, of course. Futures are contracts between a buyer and a seller. All these, now, assuming that these were, even if they're either longs initiating or they're shorts covering, somebody's taken the other side of all of those buy trades. There's somebody on this side taking those. On this side of this, on the ask. Buyers are reaching across. That's how the market goes up or down. The buyers reach across or the sellers reach across. More aggressive. If there's more aggressive buyers than sellers, the market goes up. If there's more aggressive sellers than buyers, or not enough buyers and so sellers become more aggressive, however you want to think about it, the market goes down. But there is never more of one than the other in futures. So given that environment, what has happened all day? Buy, 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 buy. Meaning someone has been selling, 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 selling. They are short. How does that person take profit? The market goes up to go down and goes down to go up. I mean, that is really the truth. And I'm certainly not saying that the market is going to stop going up now or tomorrow or in the next 2 minutes. But there will come a point when that happens. The market goes down to go up and goes up to go down. Here. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. You know, that's what happens. That's how it works. It's a two-sided market, and one side has got a lot more money than the other, and more everything, more brain power, more horsepower, more everything. Now, here's our all-time high at 62.87, which was put in on the 6th of December, 2024, right there. Here we are over here right now. Here are the big shorts. Let's have some tariffs. Well, you know, let's have a few tariffs and, you know, declare war on our trade partners and whatever else. And there's what happens. And then we do this. So, and I might point out, here's what the market has been doing over the past. This is January of 23 right here, remember. So in the long run, the ES is on a long bull run. When somebody tells you that in the overall thrust of the market is up, that's pretty much right. One of my screen snaps here that I made before the stream started, one of the starting soon thing or whatever it was, it's pretty funny because the S&P is trading in the 4,000s. I started with a screen snap of Bookmap, and it's, you know, was trading in 4,000 in the 4,000s. Now I have it on the live. Or do I? Maybe it's not. Maybe the starting soon is not live. It's still the old-fashioned one. I'll have to look and see. I'm not going to mess with it now, but you get the point. I remember very well when they were all amazed that the Dow was going to get over 1,000. And then when the NASDAQ cleared 3,000, that was like, world was going to end kind of thing, because that was the most miraculous event. You're in the chat, take a moment to poke the thumbs up and drop your name or hello or something in the chat. It's amazing to stand here. I mean, there are people in and out of here that I know do interact, but it's amazing to stand and talk to what feels like essentially an empty room from this side, because there's, the only way I have any way to interact or to understand is to look at the views and the concurrent views in the chat. So it feels kind of funny at first just talking. So an excellent read on the entry, and good trade, but poor or marginally poor trade management. Emotional trade management, let's put it that way. Rather than just holding to the target without any heat ever in the entire trade lifespan, and the target would have been hit, a couple hours later. And what else is going on? It's, depending on where you live, it's 34C or 93F here right now. No matter how you spell it, it's pretty damn warm. Very well-mannered market, by golly. About 3 minutes to the MOCs, which I will be sort of surprised if they do have any dramatic impact. and here's the reason. All quiet on the Western Front. No tweets, no trip, no red bullshit, nothing, That was the last of them back there at noon. And it wasn't any kind of a bad tweet or anything else, so. We'll see what they have to say here pretty quick. Minute and a half. Look at this. This is the TopStep X thingy. But look at the MNQ. Ripped up to the top and then just flat line, baby. Flat line. That's pretty funny because it doesn't that's not what's reflected by the actual NQ. I guess you could say so. Ripped up and then flat line. Okay. I guess. And it's not plotting properly here. That's different. Okay, there we are. The quintessential, boy, that isn't a P-shaped profile there, huh? Wow. And full session VWAP migration, or is it? No, that's going to be the RTH, and there's our 50. There's the market on close orders for as much as they are. Not much. Pretty muted. Well, we'll see when they come out over here. This thing's delayed, obviously, and I'm not going to pay $1,000 or something. It doesn't matter to me if I know in the next second. I can tell when something happened. I can tell that this is 1350, right? Or 1450. I know that. I can tell when this happens that it's news. And there we go. Wow. 1,452,000,000 buy side on the S&P. 864 million buy side NASDAQ 100. 681 million buy side Dow 30. And Mag 7, 665 million. So there you have it. And I've not been able to really say that I have a hard, fast line on what in the Sam hell is going on here. The hell is that? Oh, that's the wrong thing is what that is. Well, that's the last copy from a long time ago. There we go. That's the that is static. And there we have it. You see that my charting's pretty much the same, right? This is the developing VPOC, this yellow line, as is the yellow line over on the other side. And then the red is the final VPOC, and I try to keep the colors and stuff like that fairly consistent. I wouldn't trade that up at this moment on that VPOC migration. This one was a good one. Actually, each and every one of them was. Here was an absolute no-brainer. Still no heat. My little trade here, this was probably the worst of them. But I got real lucky with that trade. And then up we go. And we are approaching now at the 55 mark. We can sometimes get revised MOCs. Look at all the migrations in the POC here. Look at that. All those flags, every one of those is where it was at some time. And some of these little crazy Ivans and things I don't mess with, like right here. There's a crazy Ivan right there I didn't even bother putting in. It wasn't there long enough for me to see it and do it, right? And why? Well, I don't know what earthly good that means. Okay, one more day and then the fireworks, the Big Bang Theory for the 4th of July and a long 3-day weekend. That's pretty cool for everyone in the state who's able to participate, who isn't being having to work to support their family or, make money for somebody who's lounging by the pool having smash burgers. A lot of people be working this weekend. Bars, stores. A lot of crazy will be going on this weekend. The odd finger and, digit being blown off, I suppose. I guess that probably still happens. So here we have it. There's about one P-shaped short covering profile, if there ever was one. Here's a little more respectable one. And here we have something. What is this? There's our 55. So that's a little adjustment on that. This is an adjustment to this market on close orders, I'm guessing. And some stops up here. 323 of them sell side. Wow. So that would have been I would have damn near doubled my, at least another 12 ticks at least. Pretty poor. I will probably what's to retrade? The problem with such a trade like this, retrading it is futile because it's so memorable. The price action is so memorable. And I don't think that that's an accurate way to do the replays. If you can remember what happened, well, even though you don't want to, I think you're biased to trade a certain way. Look at that big buying up there. Wow, somebody's covering out a bunch of shorts up there somewhere. And remember that somebody is selling the hell out of them at 62.75. This big liquidity was in, or 270 of them has been in the market since they put that in the book on at 9:33 this morning. This has been sitting there all day. Just like a big magnet. Come on up here and see me. And they did, right there. What else is going on here? Well, we did now, by golly, we did trade right to and including the expected move. These were put in at 5 o'clock, around 5 o'clock last night, 1700 last night. The expected move up and the expected move down. They are based on, calculated and based on implied volatility from the options chain. I do that every night now. And it's interesting to see. And there you are, you know. Boom. They expected that move and they got it. Those are those are put in the market at the ETH. I put those in the market. And we continue to fuss around up here right at that RTH high, but in comes the liquidity now for the daily stuff. Okay. And here we go with 30 seconds to the RTH cash close, 1500. I will, as usual, I will be monitoring the ETH when they open in the first few hours. And I may or may not pull up a short stream for that in keeping with my transparency for all trades on the stream, a stream. But otherwise, definitely be up here bright and early at 0800 tomorrow morning. So you have to get outside, do something, or, you know, do whatever you like, do something with your family, get away from the screens. And one more migration up. Look at there. I filled it right out like crazy, boy. Right there. Boy, they built it out in a hurry. Look at that. 17,000 traded out up there. 4,000 higher than the next suspect. That's a lot of contracts. That is a lot of contracts in a short order. And, until that, previously we were 13,000, so that's 4,000 contracts whipped out there, which I guess falls in line with the billions that are in the market on close. I don't know how that works, but all right. Have a great evening. I will update the timestamps now and all of those things. And here we go. Unless I see you later this evening or the stream is up later this evening, I'll be back in the morning at 0800.